Good morning everybody and welcome to the opening day of 2 days of competition at the IBSA Grand Prix here in Tbilisi, Georgia. My name is Esther and I'm excited to be your commentator for the next 2 days. It's the first ever held Grand Prix here in Georgia, but it's the last competition in the Paralympic qualification period. So it will be this weekend. It will be decided who will have a direct qualification of the Paralympic Games held in Paris later this year. So it's a really important tournament for many of these athletes. I think there are some really on the edge of qualifying. And not only it's for qualification, but the top 4 of the ranking will be separated in a contest sheet later in Paris. So it could mean avoiding some of your top favorites if you're in the top 4. So there's a lot at stake here this weekend. And you can tell that when you look at the competition numbers. So there are 188 athletes here from 46 countries. 109 men and 79 women in total, so there are big numbers of competition. There's been only a few competitions this year. This is the second Grand Prix this year in Georgia, and today is the first day of the individual competition. We have 4 weight categories with 2 different division level categories. So we have the 48 and 60. 48 and for women and 60 and 73 for men, and then we have the 57 for women, but that only has a J2 category of today. So you have the J1 and J2 categories, where the J1 is for the blind and almost completely blind, and the J2 are for the less visually impaired athletes. So if you want to learn more about para-judo, about the rules, about all the stuff that happened in the last Paralympic qualification period, you can take a look at ipsajudo.sport or igf.org, and you can find pictures and articles as well. So the competition will take place on 3 mats today. I will be switching between the mats, but you will always be able to click and pick your own mat on the YouTube channel. So we're going to start on mat number 3 today with a former Paralympic champion, Sherzod Namazov of Uzbekistan. He will be wearing the white judo gi here. And he is facing Jabran Alonso Llanos of Chile in blue judo gi. So hope you enjoy the action today. So the referees here on the mat, they are all IJF referees. It's part of the collaboration between the IBSA and IJF. So the International Judo Federation is supporting para-judo for years already. And together with IBSA, they created a really high-level professional environment, which is great for the athletes. It's a big difference, I think, with some years ago. And the referees on the mat here today, you'll be likely to see some of them back during the Paralympic Games. Wow, that was a beautiful left-sided Uchimata coming from Namazov. And getting a first Wazari on the board, but they might check if that was worth a little bit more. So it's a first score on the board for Namazov. So he is the number 1 seed here today. He won the Grand Prix of Turkey earlier this year. So this is actually the 3rd Grand Prix. And he also won Baku last year. So he's the number 1 seed, but his teammate, he's just scoring a second Wazari, his teammate Cameron Nurilayev is the current world champion, and he won the Grand Prix of Tokyo. So really 2 top athletes from Uzbekistan in this weight category. And it depends a lot, both athletes will be qualified for the Paralympic Games, but there's only 1 spot available for per country. And we don't know what's the qualification requirements per country, so they could choose that the top seed, like the highest on the world ranking, goes to the Paralympic Games, but they could also choose that, for example, the world champion like Nurilayev will be qualified. So it could be interesting to see how it turns out for these 2 athletes in this weight category. So it is a packed category here today, because on the mat now in white judogi is Vugar Shirinli, who is the current Paralympic champion. And he's of Azerbaijan, and he is facing Ronald Alex Hawthorne of United States of America. And he's wearing the blue judogi here. So you can see on the golden back patch that Shirinli is the Paralympic champion. And there are other really good athletes in here, like David Korava. He's the world champion of last year from Ukraine. I think he's struggling a bit more this year, but he is a very good athlete and very experienced. But you also have a little bit more outsiders like Diego da Silva, Ishak Ultkuider of Algeria, and even Zurab Zurabiani, who is now the home favorite from Georgia. Will have something to say today. Ooh, that is Shimewaza coming from Shirinli, and that looks like it's on. And Hawthorne had to tap out here after 30 seconds of competition. So the system in the competition is a little bit different than in IJF judo or sighted judo. So in that competitions there is no repechage if you lose out before the quarterfinals, but there is a chance of a repechage in this case if the athlete you lost out to is progressing to the semifinals. So in this case, either Janos or Hawthorne will be able to fight for a bronze medal later today, but depends on who is going to be the semi-finalist in this category. So on the mat now, in white judogi, Diego da Silva of Brazil, and in blue judogi, Justin Karn of Canada. Strong left-sided grip of da Silva. He's always quite active. And also almost always around those top spots in this category. So da Silva is the current Pan American champion. Oh, and that's a really beautiful left-sided technique coming from da Silva. Great judo up until now. And I think the favorites for the medals later today are not disappointing here. So as you can see, we're still in round one. In the J2 under 60 kilogram category, we have 16 athletes here today. So no one has a bye in this particular category. And on the mat now in white judogi is Aligan Dumgulov of Kyrgyzstan and Anatole Rubin of France. So Dumgulov is wearing the white judogi here and Rubin in blue judogi. Oh, really nice sided, left-sided Uchimata from Dumgulov. And Ruben is right into trouble on the ground. So I think Dumgulov is trying to control that top half of the body of Ruben, but he doesn't get more time of the referee here. So both athletes want to have their favorite grip. So at the start you always need one hand on the lapel, one hand on the sleeve. And as soon as both athletes are kind of ready, the referee will call Ajime. I think here there's a strength difference between these athletes. So Ruben is not a bad athlete, just really less strong as Dumgulov. And now Dumgulov working on the arm, and that looks quite dangerous for Ruben actually. But good defense from the French.
Does anyone mix up the score male 73 kilo J1 category? In white representing Brazil, Arruda. In blue representing Moldova,
Another left-sided Uchimata from Dumgulov. It's unfortunate that he doesn't really go into it a little bit more, because I think the entrance was great, but he just stopped with that technique. Now again working on the arm. So it's a really strong competition with 46 countries present here, and really many of these athletes are looking for some final points for qualification for the Paralympic Games. So if you want to really know about these ranking systems, you can check all the info at the IBSA website. And beside the spots that are based on the world ranking list, so the top spots can qualify directly, but there's also some gender-free spots or wild cards that will be divided among the weight categories. And I think it all has the goal to make it as fair as possible and to create the highest quality of athletes during these Paralympic Games. So this qualification period started back in 2022, so it's almost a 2-year period of qualification, and it started with the European Championships in Cagliari for the European athletes, and then later on at the World Championships for all the athletes. And it was a long period with many competitions. So I think there are a few athletes here that are missing out here because they're already qualified, for example. So they might prefer to just prepare for the Paralympic Games. On the other hand, there's not been too many competitions this year, so for sure the top athletes, many top athletes will be here to get some last experience in. And I'm guessing that's also why you see, because there's been 3 competitions, and if you compare that to the IGF World Tour, there are more competitions there, so people are more selective. But here you will often see all the top athletes be present, which is really great to watch. So it's a right against left-sided grip. That's really beautiful. Drop Morota Seonaga, I think it was, from Dumgulov. And Dumgulov just showing stronger. He picked up 5th places in the last few competitions, so I think he's really eager to pick up a medal. And he actually might be one of those athletes who are on the border of qualifying or just in a qualification spot.
Ten referee next contest, G2 category, men's under 60 kilo. In white, representing Uzbekistan, Nikolich
So Dumgulov we will see back. And it's such a tough category here with the top 4 in this contest. She's with Namazov, Shirin Lida, Silva and Dumgulov on the top half. Those are really good contests. But here you have the world champion on the mat, showing by the red back patch, Cameron Nurilayev of Uzbekistan. And already scoring a quick Wazari against Johan Luis Herrera Bustov of Chile. And yeah, I think Nurilayev is really a bit too strong for Herrera, but let's see what he has to offer. Yeah, that's quite a rough contest to start with. So Nurilayev, although visually impaired also, we saw in the sighted judo in the regular circuit, and now with the Yoko Tomonaga finishing off Herrera. So Nurilayev looking strong. So another one strong athlete on the mat, Ishak Ultkurder of Algeria. He's always a very rough one to beat, and he's facing Zurab Zurabiani of Georgia here in blue judogi. So Nurilayev already through, and we have these 2 top athletes, and Zurabiani has the benefit of fighting at home. And then we still have David Korava, Luis Daniel Gavilan Lorenzo left, Lee Minjai. So it's such a rough category, and I'm really curious to see who will come out on top. And if we look at the world ranking list, it's Lee that's just out of qualification at this point. So for him, it's extra important to get some points. Shirini actually is also not in. Dumgulov is not in yet. So there's 8 spots for this category. Or 7 actually, and Nurilayev has a double spot now below Namazov, but we don't know what's gonna happen there for the Uzbek team. So right-sided technique from Zurabiani, scoring a Wazari against Old Cordair, and now holding him down. Ooh, and that's gonna be a really disappointing outcome for Old Cordair. And there is quite a big point gap between, for example, Gavilan Lorenzo, who is just the last one to qualify and with 1,000 points on the world ranking, and Lee with only 670 points. So there would be needing to happen quite a lot for them to be able to qualify. So although there is quite a lot of points to earn here, of course it was a 2-year period. So if you're really quite far out, you won't be able to get in anymore. So Old Cordair here is actually, at this moment, he is qualified, but he will be very disappointed with his loss. Especially because Zurabiani will face Nurilayev in the next round, and it's going to be hard to beat Nurilayev. So another top contest between David Korava of Ukraine in white judogi and Luis Daniel Gavilan Lorenzo of Spain in blue. So the Spanish team, I see many of them, they're always very clever with their kumikata. They're not the biggest throwers, but they are hard to beat and they are winning their matches. And the same is the case for Gavilan Lorenzo. Right-sided technique coming from Korava. I think actually Korava is struggling a little bit with the height of Gavilan and also with the kumikata. So he needs to have some space and to come up with his low techniques. He's good with his ashiwasa, so with his leg sweeps and throws. But it doesn't show yet. So Shido for both athletes, a penalty and I think just a warning from the referee to come up with some bigger techniques. and put in some action in this contest. And the first attempt coming from Gavilan Lorenzo. And it's another attempt coming from him. And Kava straight away working on the ground. So Kava is quite explosive with his moves. I'm really hoping to see some of those moves in the contest in the second half. But Gavilan is doing a great job here. So again, no big attacks coming from both of these athletes. So Kava is gonna pick up a Shido for kicking of the legs. So there always needs to be an attempt to really throw somebody. You cannot just tap your legs on the other or even kicking. So I think they're really blocking each other out, so both athletes can fight really well, can come up with nice techniques, but we're not seeing that in this contest. So that was a first good movement from Kava on left side at Seonage. Just decided to not go through with that. So I think Gavilan is fighting a real tactical battle here. That's first another attempt coming from Kava, drop technique, but not a very good one. And you can tell he's struggling with his opponent. Ooh, and that's really long on one side and almost taken over by Kava. So Gavilan was holding on to one side. And you can only do that in an attempt to come up with that win an attack. So I think he was just on the border of getting a Shido. So you have to really come up with an attack if you move to one side like this. And he's doing it again while he was almost taken over. So it's not really a smart decision from Gavilan here. And he's been taken over by Kava. So I think that's a learning point of Gavilan, because right before the end of the contest he was doing the exact same thing, almost being taken over. And in the golden score he did exactly that thing. And he was actually taken over by Forosi. So although it was not a great contest from Kava, he managed to come up with a win, which is the most important. So he's still in the race. And Gavilan Lorenzo has to wait if he has a repechage. On the mat now, Lee Minjae of Korea against Samuel van Melle of Germany. And Van Melle is really newer to the scene. And here it's a good attempt coming from Lee, trying to hold down Van Melle. And I'm guessing then for Melle it's just really to get experience in and to get ready for the next cycle. And it's another Wazari for Lee, so a good start for him. And Van Melle does have some experience in, but needs to get back to training. And hopefully he has the experience in, he has the I classification now, and he can really prepare for the next period. So on the mat now we're switching to the J1 under 48 kilogram category for women. And we have a pool of 11 athletes here. And here you see a beautiful technique coming from Anna Tabea Müller of Germany. And she's facing Regina Salamatova of Kyrgyzstan, but already taking the win after just 14 seconds in this contest. So a great start and great kickoff of the day from Müller. And we only have a few fights in, just 2 other fights in the first round before we continue with another weight category and have to wait for the second round in this category. There's some really top athletes here also today. So the number 1 seed, Rosiclede de Andrade of Brazil. She picked up a silver medal in the last Grand Prix of Turkey. And we have Esem Tassin Kavdar, who actually won this Grand Prix and is a silver medalist of the last World Championships. She's the number 2 seed. And then we also have Natalia Nikolich Chik, who is not the number 1 or 2 seeds, but she might be the biggest favorite here today because she's the current world champion.
Representing Indonesia, Oliviera. In blue, representing Japan, Kangai Shizuka. Category 1, photo score.
So on the mat now in white judoki, Larasati Novia of Indonesia. And she will be facing Hangai Shizuka of Japan. So left-sided Seonage coming from Hangai, almost scoring. So actually I haven't seen Novia before, but she's doing a good job here against Hangai. Hangai does have the last qualification spot at this moment for the games, but since it's the last spot, it's by all means not sure if she's gonna keep that spot after today. So there's a lot of stake for her here today. Another left-sided Shonage.
Winner from the Republic of China, Wang Jian.
So if you want to keep watching this match, so we are having this contest and one more contest in the 48 kilogram category. Oh, and that's actually I think the end of this category. So she's scoring a Wazari score now, which could doubtedly be an Ippon, and holding down her opponent. And she just needs to do that for 10 seconds before taking a win here. So the Japanese here, Hangai, she's taking a win in this first contest. So there's just one more contest left. It would be good to watch that one before we will switch to another mat to watch some of the other categories. So just the one contest left.
The next Olympics contest for women under 48 kg category. In white, representing Kyrgyzstan, Ferdauza.
So coming on to the mat now, Ferdauza Ulanbekovna Ubarikova of Kyrgyzstan. And when she will enter, she will wear the white judo gi, and she will be facing Emanuela Mazuru of Greece. Not sure what is happening. They might search for the two athletes, but for sure they will enter the mat soon. So it's 11 athletes in here, and I think a few favorites for the title. So Rosiclaide de Andrade for number 1 seed, Asem Tassin Kavdar number 2, and then we have Natalia Nikolich Chik, who is the current world champion. And as I said, Ubarikova of Kyrgyzstan in white judogi here, and Mazuru of Greece in blue. So a strong gripping for these athletes. And they will try to find an entrance for a good technique. So Masuru won't be able, I think, to get a qualification spot here today, but she will be able to pick up a lot of points. And besides the directly qualified athletes, there will be some more slots available. And to make sure you get as much chance of those spots, of course, it will help if you get good qualification points in. So even if you're out of those top spots, it's really important to get points here today. So interestingly enough, Anna Tabea Müller of Germany, who just beat her opponent. This is a beautiful makikomi attempt coming from Mazuru. She's also still out of a qualification spot, but if she would win today, she would be in. So that's gonna be really interesting. Well, she could be in because Hangai is the one she needs to beat, and she's also still in the mix. So a really interesting competition here in Georgia. And with that said, we're gonna take a look at mat number 1. And on the mat now is the current world champion, as you see by the red back patch. It's number 1 seeder today, Florin Alexander Bologa of Romania. He's the current world and European champion, and he's doing, always doing really well. But it's never easy in this weight category. It's the biggest category of this weekend with 20 athletes. But also there's a lot of high quality athletes in here. So to name a few, Alex Bologa here on the mat now. But well, Namazov is not a bad athlete as well. But Dongdong Kamani is a good athlete, one of the stronger ones. Jibrilo Jaffa picked up a silver medal at the last Grand Prix. You have Yergeli Shame, who is the number 2 of the World Championships. And I think another one worth mentioning is Leonard Sass. So Leonard Sass and Alex Bologa, besides Yergeli Shame, are always there and about. And I think those, like the last spot on the podium, is a little bit more mixed. But obviously that is in the past. This is a completely brand new competition. And you never know what will happen.
The next winner from Turkey, the referee starting this quarterfinal for women's children under 48 kilo. In white representing Indonesia.
So for direct qualification, it is quite a complex system, but for sure there are, per category there are 6 or 7 slots available. And then besides that we have the host country with many of those slots already. So the host country, France, they don't have to qualify. They will have an athlete in the weight categories. Regarding that they fought in the previous years, obviously. And then besides that there is some extra slots available. So if you look at the top 4 of the world ranking, it is actually Bologa, Kamani, Shame and Sas. And if you look at the one that's just out is Kotje Yavuz, but he just lost out to Namazov, who we see on the mat now. So that's really frustrating and disappointing for him for sure, because he's missing out really important points. So Bologa taking a first win here, and on the way for another gold medal. So just waiting for both athletes to enter the mat. In white judo gear, it's Danilo David Geronimo Silva of Brazil in white judo gi, and he is facing Jebo Lamani of South Africa. So next, left-sided technique, just didn't have the right gripping here, Geronimo. But it was a nice attempt coming from Brazil. Brazil actually has the biggest team here present in Georgia. And especially I think the women team of Brazil is always very strong. So let's see if they are able to pick up some gold medals here this weekend. So Geronimo starting off very strong, coming up with a few attempts, and now trying to work in Newaza. And it's another left-sided technique from Geronimo, but I think Lamani's starting to get the feeling here. Nice movement coming from him. Oy, that's not looking good for Lamani. That was quite a clear head dive coming from him. So pushed in the mat. And for sure they take a second look from the side, so there were always referee supervisors available, and then there is also 2 referee directors present here to make sure that the right decision is being taken. So very unfortunate ending of this contest.
That being one, next contest is the seventh semifinal. In white representing Italy, Kalani. In blue representing Kazakhstan, Aslan Bogdanulikov.
So on the mat now, it's Dumgulov of Italy in white judoka, one of the top athletes and the number 4 seed here today. And he is facing, I think quite surprisingly, Asilan Nurv of Kazakhstan. Or not super surprising, he's a good athlete, but Jaffa took a silver medal in the last Grand Prix. And he already lost out his first contest. So you can see that how close these athletes are. And that a medal on the tournament doesn't mean anything for the future.
Shows of Namazov. In blue representing Azerbaijan, Chik.
So if you want to keep watching this contest, of course you can by clicking on the right channel of our YouTube channel. I'm gonna take a look at mat number 3 at this point, because there are 2 really top athletes fighting it out here today who will pick a place in the semifinals. And it's a former Paralympic champion against a current Paralympic champion on the mat. It's Namazov in white judoka and Vugar Shirinli of Azerbaijan in blue judoka. And Shirinli, as you see on his back, is the current Paralympic champion. So he got a silver medal at the Grand Prix in Germany and in Japan last year, while Namazov picked up a gold medal in Turkey and Baku last year. Nice left-sided Ouchigari from Namazov. I think he's one of the most skilled athlete when it comes to ashiwaza. I've seen him score many times with great techniques. And he's very quick on his feet. Shirin is more of the lower techniques. And looks like he's struggling a bit more, but who will say who gets to be the best in the next 2 minutes? So quick work from Shirini, but Namazov really knows the tactics of his opponent. So you can tell by the way they move and they react on each other that they really know each other's moves, they know each other's judo. And it's making it very hard for them to score. So I think what they might check if that is the first tachiwaza technique from Shirinli. So he did a drop technique, but if that was just meant to make a transition to newaza, he will pick up a shido for that. So your first technique, your is sutemi, it really needs to be an attempt to go down. And they decided that was actually the case, so that's why he's picking up a shido here. So there really needs to be a difference between your tachiwaza and newaza, and this time they it was just one movement to go to that arm lock, and that's not allowed. So you can see right away, so it was looking like it's going to be a drop Seonaga from Shirini, but he straight away felt the reaction of Namazov. That's why maybe in big throws you don't see so much happening, but there is so much happening for real in this contest. They're really trying to find a way for a good technique. So this time Namazov came in with a left-sided Ouchigari. So only 16 seconds left on the clock, and it's just the one penalty on the board for Shirinli. And I'm really curious to see if either of them will be able to find a way to score, or if it's gonna be a shido or a penalty contest. Nice left-sided Tsunage coming from Shirin Lee. Getting closer to a good attack. So already 25 seconds into this golden score, and now Namazov has a penalty on the board as well. So it's all even. So a really, really rough contest for these two athletes. Ooh, this is a left-sided technique coming from Shirin Lee, but he also was with his head on the floor, which is really not allowed. So I think the referees for sure will take a look at that. So if you are coming up with an uchimata, but your head really goes into the mat first, that's a really strict rule because of the safety of the athletes. And I won't be surprised to see a penalty for Shirin Lee here. It will be an unfortunate end of this contest because it was a really good one. And you never like to see a contest finished by penalties. So they want to be absolutely sure that's not the case, and actually they decided it's not, so we won't be able to see the replay, but of course you can scroll back a little bit on YouTube and check what was going on. But for sure they made a check if it was not a head dive, and fortunately for us they decided it was not, so we can get to see some more of these two great athletes. The fact that Shirin Lee is actually out of qualification at this point is making it even a more interesting contest. So I think only if he really wins the competition, he might have a chance of getting closer to a qualification spot. And that's so interesting for being a current Paralympic champion. But to be fair, he was out. He just came back this year or last year in the Grand Prix of Tokyo, where he picked up a silver medal. So I'm guessing he just entered the competitions a little bit too late. Oh, that was really beautifully done. Great work from Namazov, and very frustrating for Shirin Lee, who absolutely needed all his points here today. But that was tremendous work from Namazov. Great technique, and really well done by Namazov, beating the Paralympic champion here. So first shocker in today, Namazov beating Shirin Lee. But Namazov is in the semifinals, and he is the #1 seed and actually the world ranking leader, so not the biggest surprise, but it is a shock for Shirin Lee.
Thirty-two next contest for male 60 kilo. In white representing Ukraine, Nikolich Chik. In blue representing Oliviera, Fosi. The next quarterfinal
Ooh, was already a mate. So on the mat here, Thiago da Silva of Brazil in white judogi and Aligan Dumgulov of Kyrgyzstan in blue. And da Silva already leading with a Rosari score here. But Dumgulov now trying to work in Newaza. Or actually, da Silva is, I think, could be in control.
73 kilo, in white representing E3.
Now kind of stuck both, so the referee just decided to call a mate.
Sergio Larvis Banon.
So during the past years, we have seen the IGF referees for the IBSA circuit as well. And at this point, all the referees that are present here, they are experienced IBSA referees. So they all did a couple of tournaments now. So, and they are trying to follow the IGF rules where possible. Of course, there are a few differences between sighted and visual impaired judo, but that's just to do with the, for example, this with the grip before the hajime. So these athletes obviously need to grip before they start the contest. That was really beautifully done. And that was interesting to see for me because Dumgulov actually was looking quite strong in the last contest, but against da Silva he really was struggling, and da Silva is the stronger one in this contest, so he will be facing Namazov in the semifinals. So that's also interesting to see that in many of these weight categories, actually the difference between the one that are in the qualification spots, the top 7 or 6 athletes, and the rest of the athletes, there is many times there is a kind of a gap. And in this category, for example, it's like a 350 points somewhere in around. And that is actually, you need to win the contest and the other athlete needs to lose out in the first round. So there's such a big gap. And you could say that, well, at least those qualification spots are almost secure. And there are a few exceptions. And one worth mentioning is, in this case, Cameron Nurilayev in white judogi, who is the current world champion. He's not the highest ranked Uzbek in his category. And he's facing Zurabiani of Georgia here. So actually Nurilayev won all of his contests in IBSA Judo. So he's quite unbeatable. But he competed less than Namazov, so I'm really interested to find out. We'll try to find out what is the qualification process for Uzbekistan to see who of these top athletes will go to the Paralympics later this year, because there's only one spot per country. Wow, that's beautifully done. Taking Zurabiani backwards, just showing that he is too strong for his opponent here. And he looks like he didn't even break a sweat yet.
From Uzbekistan, Cameron Nurilayev, world champion from Uzbekistan, goes to semifinal.
So both Namazov and Nurilayev are still in the competition, both in the semifinals, and it could be that they are meeting in the final here today. So this is going to be the last quarterfinal of this category here. And we're going to see a contest between David Korava of Ukraine in white judogi and Lee Minjai of Korea in blue. So Lee Minjai is the number 9 of the world ranking and just out of a qualification spot. But he is on 678 points and Gavilan Lorenzo on 1012, so there's really a big gap. So I'm not sure if he's gonna close that gap. So it's gonna be even after this competition, the ones that are qualified directly, they will be able to prepare for the Paralympics. They will be able to relax, let's say, and go and prepare. But there is some uncertainty about the rest of the spots yet. So they will be allocated during the next month or so. And I think 1st of July, it will be known who really will be allocated the rest of the spots. And then there is a really small period for national committees to give back the spots when an athlete is injured or in some other ways not able to perform and to participate. And those will be reallocated, and then half of July it will really be done, and we will know the final participation list of the Paralympic Games in Paris, which will be held in the beginning of September this year. So the referee here is asking Lee to tidy up his gi, and you get to get one warning for that. That is free, and after that you will receive a penalty. So many years ago you would have seen athletes with only their belts on and the jackets out, and that's been long gone. So you need to tidy up your gi before each ajime, and you're responsible for that. And if the referee needs to point that out, at some point you will get penalties for that. So sometimes it looks like Lee is actually controlling the grip, and Korava looks like he's struggling a bit, but then he comes up with those great actions. So he's so experienced, so even when he looks like he's a little bit less strong than his opponent or struggling a little bit more, it doesn't say anything. And I saw he had a really great period. So he was former top medals, and then he had a period where he was struggling a little bit more, and that was followed up by picking up the European gold and a World Championship gold. And you could see after that he was struggling again a little bit more lately. But I think he's always an outsider for the top spot. Nice left-sided Morotse Onage, but Lee had a very good response to that. So Kava picking up a second judo now for breaking a grip. And the referee giving him clear instructions on that. So that's, I think, the biggest difference between sighted and VI judo. So you have to get a grip on all the time. You have to start with a double grip. Whoa, that was really nicely done. I think that's just because of an arm movement and feeling what Lee was doing. So again, it's a good example of Kava struggling a little bit, getting 2 penalties in a contest. And you would almost see it going into the way of Lee. And then he just throws with a beautiful throw like that. So for me, there really are no surprises in this category, but they were really interesting contests. So the number 1, 2, 3 and 4 seed are also in the semifinals here. And with that said, it will be interesting to take a look at another category that we haven't seen here today. The J2 under 73 kilogram category with 15 athletes present here. And Banon of Spain just beat Mahomed of Ukraine. So this was actually a really top contest between Mahomed, who was the bronze medalist of the last Paralympic Games, and Banon, who also has a Paralympic medal. Just in another category, the 66 kilogram category. Moving up because that category doesn't exist anymore. So now doing really well in the 73 kilogram category and picking up a silver medal in the last Grand Prix in Turkey. And he's doing really well here because this is one of the really interesting categories where it's really close together because there's so much high quality athletes in here. So you see that the difference between the direct qualification and not qualification is less than 100 points. And that actually was the case between Mahomedov and Banon. So Banon did a really good job here. So on the mat now, Georgi Kalani of Georgia in white judogi and Repechage of Turkey in blue. So Sivci in this last 3 years had to move up from the 60 to the 73 kilogram category, and well, it has been proven that this move up was just a little bit too big. So I think he would do a lot better in the 66 kilo category, which is unfortunately not a category in the IBSA Judo. And because of these big steps in these weight categories, they decided that they're going to change the categories actually after the Paralympic Games. So for the next period, there will be new categories which you can find on the website. But for the men, for example, the first category will be the under 70 kilograms. So that will be for sure already better for Sivci. But it might be quite complex for Kalani. who might have to lose weight for 73 kilograms. So losing another 3 kilos might be too much, and that would mean moving up.
Quarterfinal for women's 57 kilo judo category. In white representing Spain, Banon. In blue representing Germany, Fosi.
So you can see there is a strength difference between these two athletes. The only thing that's really fun always is that Shivchi has such a strong explosive move. So he has proven in the past to beat really top favorites and top athletes in this category. So he can really beat anyone by a big surprise. But I think for him it's kind of rough that he's facing, I think, one of the strongest athletes of this category, which is Kalani of Georgia. Here you can see some of his moves, but I think he's just a little bit too small, not physically strong enough to really continue with those techniques. That was really nicely taken over by Kalani. And you see always that Shivchi is frustrated. And I'm just hoping to see him back in his new weight category later. So, but I'm sure that moving back to the 60 kilogram where he came from was not an option for him anymore. So it's really nice to see that Germany, they're really developing the IBSA Judo. So you're always seeing some newer athletes to the scene. And here is a good example. Bella Bell Heinze of Germany in white judogi. And Uchkun Kuranbayev of Uzbekistan in blue. So it's going to be rough for Heinze because Kuranbayev is really, really a top athlete. So Kuranbayev, the Paralympic champion of Tokyo, being it from the 66 kilogram category, is trying to hold down Heinze here. Not sure if he has really enough control to finish off the next seconds or so.
Quarterfinal for women under 57 kilo. In white representing Kazakhstan, Daniela Fedosova. In blue representing People's Republic of China, Wang Ziran.
So Kuranbayev winning his first contest here.
The two winner from Uzbekistan, Kuranbayev.
And they almost have a similar problem as in the under 60 kilogram category, because in here there are actually 2 Paralympic champions, which is quite remarkable. You have the under 66 Paralympic champion and the under 73, which we're gonna see on the mat here today also. Actually right now, Forosi of Uzbekistan. He's wearing the white judo gi here, and he's slightly higher on the world ranking. And he is facing Kim Dong-hoon of Republic of Korea in blue. And it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out for these 2 Uzbek athletes. And as I said, we're going to try to find out what is the qualification policy for the Uzbek team, because they have really luxury problems in multiple categories. Ooh, I think Saito was in big trouble here in a hold down by Kim. It almost looked like he was realizing that a little bit too late, and as soon as he realized, he managed to turn around. But he is warned. So Kim picking up a first Shido here for a gripping mistake, but they might be checking that from the side now. So Kim moving around. It's a very typical Korean way of judo, and they're always very agile and moving around a lot, coming in with those low techniques. I think they're also very hard to score against. So again, that right-sided grip, that right hand on the lapel from Kim, I think it's giving some trouble to Saidov. And well, after he broke that, he was able to put on pressure on Kim. And I don't think Kim solved that in a correct way, because he was just dropping down without any attack. So he picked up a penalty for that. So 2 Shidos on the board for Kim already. And not much has happened in this contest. It's just a tactical benefit for Kim. For Saidov. And now you could finally see a big difference between the 2. Throwing over Kim beautifully with Tumunage. So great work coming from Saidov, who was disappointed, I think, in his last competition. So that's why it's so interesting between these 2 top athletes from Uzbekistan. So Kurambayev looks like he's, if you look at his results, he's doing better and better. And Saidov was disappointing in his last competition, where he lost out. So we still didn't see the number 1 seed here, Seito Jujiro of Japan, who won both the Grand Prix of Germany and Japan. He's the only one that has a bye and is already in the quarterfinals. So in white judo gear here, Chang Xiaohao of Chinese Taipei, and he's facing Nikolich Chik of Germany in blue judo gi. That was really nicely done from Chang. And Kornas is one of the really experienced athletes, but doesn't have a qualification spot at the moment. So he would need to do really well here today to still have a chance. But you can see in the last year he's struggling a lot more. There's so much quality in this weight category. So there's some athletes from the 81 that moved down to this category, like Petit is a good example. He is the number 4 of the world ranking. And then you have some other athletes that moved up, like Ibanez Banon, like Kurambayev, I think Seto as well. So you have a lot of athletes that moved to this category, and it's proven to be one of the strongest categories, I think, in the circuit. Oh, that was really nicely done. Yoko Tumanage coming from Kornas. And actually it's his second Wasari on the board. I would love to see the replay of the first attempt, actually, of the first Wasari, because that went so quickly. But a really good win in here for Kornas. So they're all really fighting for their lives here in Tbilisi in Georgia, as a matter of speech. And I think, well, most of the top athletes are actually present here. Only one I think that we're really missing is Olzas Orazaljuli, who's the number 1 of the world ranking, and apparently decided to not really compete this year. So we are seeing a few athletes that are not competing here. So on the mat here today, in white judoki, is Nathan Petit, the number 4 seed here today of France. And in blue, Osvaldas Baraikis of Lithuania. Really 2 top athletes. So Baraikis is a bronze medalist of the Paralympic Games, and he's always there or about. He's a really strong athlete. but of course Nathan Petit is also one of the strong athletes, so it's an interesting battle between these two. And to come back on also Yuli not taking part in this competition, you never know what's going on. You know, they could be injured, but it could also be a strategy to not show yourselves in a year and just train for the Paralympic Games. But as an athlete, before I would really prefer to have some competitions in the year, because you cannot really get the same feeling during trainings as during competitions. So really strong start from both athletes. Nice left-sided Uchimata coming from Petit. I think he can use his height here. It's really nice. And followed up by a Sutami attempt from Baraikis. That was, I think, a nice movement from Petit, but almost taken over by Baraikis before throwing Baraikis on his side. With first was already on the board, but that was a risky move, I think, from Petit. Really nice. And now holding down Baraikis. I think it shows really something of the strength of Petit, because Baraikis is one of the strong athletes in this category. So as I said, there's really not a big difference between a direct qualification spot or not. So it was quite important for Baraikis to at least win this contest, but he still has a chance of a repechage. And all those qualification questions are not really bothering Petit, who is of the host country, so he will be qualified already. So on the mat now is the last contest in his weight category for now. It's between Daniel Vargolski of Romania and Miles Soloman of Great Britain. It's Vargolski in white judoki and Soloman in blue. I think it's a nice match-up between these two athletes. And I think the real test for them will come in the next contest between Petit. But let's see who will win this one. So both athletes get to the middle of the mat, get their kumikata again. So in most cases it will be okay if the athletes have, for example, right against left grip and have one hand on the sleeve and one on the lapel. In some cases they're bothering each other too much And wow, that was a nice movement, nice reaction from Fargoski. But as I was saying, if they really are blocking each other out, the referee will point out first the one in the white judogi to have their grip, and then the blue in the next action. So there is a system there, but you can tell that normally the athletes are quite fast, they're okay, and it got the judo a lot quicker than in the past. So they might check if that technique was enough for a Wazari score. So in order for that to happen, the top half of the body needs to be at 90 degrees, which sounds complex, but these referees and supervisors are so experienced that they can tell it quite well. So it is going to be a Wazari score for Zagotski here. And it was a beautiful piece of Ashiwaza. In my opinion, it was for Fargoski, but the referees on the side, they need to put it on the scoreboard. So 2.5 minutes left on the clock. And the day is progressing quite quickly. You see great techniques, beautiful moves, and well, Nippon means in the direct finish of the contest, and that happened quite a lot here today. So each morning the competition starts at 10 a.m. and the final block is at 4 p.m. So we might see a break in the competition day. So Fargoski still in the lead, but I think both athletes really have chances to win this contest. So it's another Sutimi attempt coming from Fargoski, but it gives Soloman some time to work in Newaza and see how far he can get. I think he's doing a really good job here, getting close to a hold down. And he would need to hold down for 20 seconds. He's so close there, but let's see if the referee gives him time. And just not enough really for the hold down, but he was so close there. Good work from Soloman. So Fargoski is trying to fight a more tactical contest now. He knows he has a Wazari lead over his opponent. And he just needs to hold on to that for a minute and 5 seconds now. Ooh, it's another nice movement coming from Soloman. Again, trying to work in Newaza. The only problem for him, that if he succeeds, of course, it's great, but if he not succeeds, it takes so much time off the clock. And it's happening here. So again, like 20 seconds is burned off the clock. And I think that's in the favor of Fargoski here. Left-sided seonage from Soloman. He's trying everything to get a score on the board. But it's gonna be quite hard now. Only 33 seconds left on the clock. So only 20 seconds. He's trying everything, but that left seonage is just not placed very well. So he won't be able to score from that. And again, some important time is off the clock for Soloman. And Forgoski is doing, I think, all the right things to keep that Wasari score. So only 9 seconds left. Let's see if Soloman can do anything to come back from being behind and losing out this contest. That's not gonna be it. So really nice action, just around half the contest time from Forgoski, scoring a Wasari score. And that being the only score, he takes a win. So Forgoski is always around and also always like winning 1 or 2 fights, but just missing out on those top 8 spots. So I'm hoping he will continue after this period and might see him winning some things. We might take a quick look at mat number 3. Since it's a semi-final going on there between Li Jing of People's Republic of China and she's wearing the white judo gi here, and it's Yulia Ivanitska of Ukraine in blue judo gi. Interesting battle between these two. They're both world medalists and also both took Grand Prix medals. And Li Jing is actually a former Paralympic champion. And Ivanitska is a bronze medalist of the last Paralympic Games. So both have really good medals under the belt. Li just scoring a Wasari score here with the Sutami attempt. So I've seen her in really great shape, but I've also seen her really struggling for a while. But I think in this last 3 years, she's really back on track. So also in this category, there is not a big difference between a direct qualification spot and not. Ooh, that was really great work Nice arm lock from Lee here. And she looks really sharp here today. Actually, it's her first contest between. There's only 6 athletes here today, but she is looking very good. And she will be facing Orieres Martinet of France in the final.
Judoka from China and also final. Oliviera from Ukraine will be compete for bronze medal.
So we also know the bronze medal contest in the 48 J2 category. It's going to be between Brusik and Ivaniska and Kokila and Eke. And they will decide who will be the bronze medal winners. So we're going to watch some repechage contest here between or in the 60 kilogram category for J2 athletes, and it's going to be between Iabran Alonso Janos of Chile and current Paralympic champion Vugar Shirinli of Azerbaijan. And he obviously wants to try to get a bronze medal here today, Shirinli. So there's 16 athletes in this category. That's why you will see all those repechage contests. And Shirinli is now trying to work his way on Newaza. I don't think he just wanted to take any risks. So Newaza is a good way to finish off a contest then. But Janos is quite close to escaping this, almost turning on his side. And just not enough to really escape this. So Shirinli is still in, but he still has some way to go to a bronze medal.
Representing Azerbaijan, Vugar Shirinli.
So as there are still some quarterfinals going on mat number 2, it would be nice to switch to that. Of course, if you want to see the other repechage contests, you can simply click on mat number 3 on the YouTube channel. And we're gonna take a look here at the number 1 seed in this category, the J1 under 60 kilogram category. And it's the number 1 seed and the top of the world ranking list, Kapil Parmar of India. He is wearing the white judogi here, and he is facing Abdelkader Bouamer of Algeria. So specifically in this category, there's a big difference between the top seeds and the lower ranked athletes. I think they are always there round and about the podium, and then Kapil Parmar is a good example, picking up a bronze medal at the World Championships, winning the last Grand Prix in Antalya and also the Grand Prix of Baku last year, and picking up some more medals. So although he's the number 1 seed, it's really not decided that he picks up a gold medal here. There are some others in the mix here, like the number 2, Elielton de Oliveira of Brazil. Also Junaidi of Indonesia is a good athlete, and Henry Borges of Uruguay is also always there. So plenty of strong athletes in this category. It's interesting though that Miguel Vieira, he's the current world champion, he's missing out here today. Not sure if he's injured or just deciding to take a rest before the Paralympics, because he's already qualified. But he's not present here today. So it's a golden score here. And I wasn't actually expecting that, because Parmar is the more experienced athlete, but Buamer is doing really a great job in this contest. And this is how you can see that it's never a given that if you're the top seed that you're really progressing to the next rounds easily.
In white, representing Brazil, in blue, representing Kyrgyzstan, Soloman.
So a nice right-sided Seonage coming from Buamer. So not really getting Parmar into danger, but it's another good attack in. So Parmar is really good with those big sotogaris, but I think he's struggling with the posture. So Buamer is really on the left side, so his right leg is behind, and I think he needs to find a way to close that gap. That was, I don't know if that was the best move of Parmar, because he was under pressure with Buamer. So that will be such a big shock if Buamer manages to beat Parmar here in the first contest of him. He already had a contest in. Buamer beat Bayas Kalani of Mongolia in the last round, but Parmar had a bye, so it is his first contest. So again, that strong right-sided grip from Parmar. But he is struggling to get close to Buamer. So Buamer is, I think, really looking a little bit defensive here. So this left hand is completely stretched. Now it's looking better. Now he's putting pressure on Parmar, and Parmar trying to take over Buamer. But again, not succeeding. And now he might struggle on the ground. So Buammer trying to take Parmar into a hold down.
4番ペレラコスモスチーム66スーラオーストラリアニュージーランド
So Buhammer is on 2 shidos. He cannot really afford a big mistake. But Parmar is struggling to get to a good attack at this point. So if he doesn't do anything, he might pick up a shido for that as well. And it's another technique coming from Buhammer. So really interesting contest between these athletes. And just the one thing that's sure is that either of them will have a repechage, because it's already the quarterfinal. So although this is such a difficult contest for both of these, they're doing everything they can to come up with a good technique, and Parmar I think is just struggling too much on that left side. So this is not the ideal athlete for him, not a good opponent for him. So he wants to have that right leg of his opponent much closer. And again, it's a Sutami attempt, but it's just not a strong attempt coming from Parmar. So both athletes got to their grip again. Ooh, it's a really good attempt coming from Buhammer, almost throwing over Parmar here. He's doing such a great job. So I'm really curious who is gonna finish this one. So I remember also the first contest can be really hard on your muscles because it's really another tempo, and you can do a really good warming up and try to reach that level of tension in your body, but it's just not the same as your first contest. So that was a good technique coming from Parmar. So already 3 minutes into the golden score, so 7 minutes of battling it out in total. So really it's one attempt after the other, and I think Parmar realizes now that Buhammer is already on 2 shidos, so if he can keep up the pace of attacks and he can prevent Buhammer from coming up with good attacks, he might be able to steal a win here. Not really steal, but to really take a win here. And it's another good attempt coming from Buammer now, putting a lot of pressure on Parmar. So again, that right now trying to go backwards, Parmar. I don't think that was a bad idea, but strong response from Buammer. And this also influences the rest of the day of these athletes, because 8 minutes of fighting is so hard on your body, and you will feel that the rest of the day. So that's why you have to be in top shape of the for the competitions. And again, a left-sided, but it's starting to look less strong, which is normal, because they're just losing out their strength and losing their energy, but they both still look quite ready to go. Just curious to see if Parmar has the guts to really come up with a big technique now and throw his body in. Ooh, and this is an interesting period, because if they both just wait like this and don't do anything, they will both pick up Bushido. So I think it was smart from Buammer to at least try to come up with an attack. He's the one that's on 2 penalties. But what a monster battle for these 2 athletes. Oh, nice right-sided Uchimata, and that's what I want to see from Parmar. That strong right-sided techniques. Oh, that is so smart. And then taking him backwards. So it took, I think, so much energy out of Parmar, but he is a really strong athlete. And it's amazing to see that the number 1 seed in the end does manage to finish up on top. But what a great performance by Buammer. So I'm really happy to see Buammer back in the Repechage contest. And I think Buammer is one of the other examples of really a strong and good athlete. He's picking up some good results. So he picked up a bronze medal in Antalya in Turkey, and he picked up a 5th place, a silver medal at the Tokyo Grand Prix last year. But we just saw him arriving to the scene in 2023, so he's missing out the whole first year of qualification, and I think that's causing the trouble for him. So for the athletes, it's so important that right from the start, from the qualification, you need to be present and you need to try to get good results in, because the first year of qualification will count for 50%, and then the second year will count at 100%. But still, the first year can give you a big advantage and quite some points. Wow, that was so quick. So after like 9 minutes of fighting, we see a contest that only takes 6 seconds. It might be the quickest contest of the day. So, and here you can see the difference between these athletes. So Zhu, I'm not sure about his first contest. I didn't see that, but his second contest just took him 6 seconds. That doesn't cost a lot of energy. While Palmer is probably in the warm-up area, trying to regain some strength and get some fuel in to to be prepared for the semi-final. But it could be that you see a difference there, that there was such a long contest in. And funnily enough, even if you look at the really tough contest of Parmar, you don't see a big surprise yet of him losing out. He is in the semi-finals together with Zhu of People's Republic of China. And we're going to see if the number 2 seed is also able to take a win against Junaidi of Indonesia. So he is the one that picked up a bronze medal in the last Grand Prix. And he didn't pick up a lot of medals in the first year of qualification, but he really found his form and he has really good results in his second year.
The demonstration of this volume under 48 kilo Repechage. In white representing Indonesia, Oliviera. In blue representing Turkey.
Nice work, a nice first attempt coming from Junaidi. And another good attempt in from Junaidi. This time I don't think he was in the right spot and he needed to prepare a little bit more with some movement, but good work for Junaidi against the number 2 seed, the Oliviera of Brazil. Wow, that was really nicely done. Right side at Uchimata. Not able to score, but really good attempt from the Oliviera.
They're starting Repechage contest for men under 73 kilo.
So first score on the board now. So I think Junaidi started off really strong. And it just starts like the Oliviera starting to take the upper hand, I think, with strong techniques, and now really Wazari on the board.
To the three first semi-final for men under 60 kilo Jiu-Jitsu category. In white representing Uzbekistan, Namazov. In blue representing Brazil, Silva.
Oh, that was so beautifully done. Right moment and a perfect timing for the Oliviera. And I thought Junaidi actually in the beginning had a really strong, strong start, and he was able to give some resistance to the Oliviera, but that completely switched in the last minute of this contest. And really beautiful finish for the Oliviera. And we're gonna switch actually to mat number 3. And unfortunately, we just missed the other semi-final here between Namazov and Silva. Namazov just beat his opponent, and we're gonna see him in the final already. The big question is if Kemran Nurilayev of Uzbekistan, the current world champion, is gonna be his opponent. So he is wearing the white judo gi here, and he is facing the world champion of the year before that, David Kava of Ukraine. So I think the favorite for to take this contest is Nurilayev, but you really never know between these two athletes.
Semi-final representing Uzbekistan, Namazov goes to final. Based on penalties there, let's follow. Bělovou neformální červenou nástavenskou finalizaci kategorii Ketry judogi. Kemran Nurilayev Uzbekety. Blue judogi David Forava, Ukrajina.
So Korova trying to do something on Newaza, but not catching Nurilayev here. Nice Yoko Tumanage coming from Nurilayev, but Korova is warned. And he's well prepared against these techniques. Now a left-sided Senage, but again Korova is quick with his response. So Nurilayev putting some pressure on Korova and pushing the pace. So it's been all Nurilayev in the last minute. I think only him attacking, and Korova is struggling with that pace. But we saw in the last previous contest that he still can manage to take out a win. So some nice movements from Nurulayev, and it's all defensive mode from Kava. So first penalty on the board. So let's see if Kava still has something to offer to Nurulayev. Again, another attempt. So I think Kava is doing a great job in defending. The question is if he can still also attack. That was really nicely done. Now Yoko Tumanage, and this time it is a score for Nurulayev. So at first was Ari on the board. And 2 minutes left in this contest. And let's see what Kava has to offer to try to get Wazari on his side of the board as well. So that was a first attempt coming from Kava. Not a bad one, just not able to score. First Sutami coming from Kava. Yeah, and that's gonna be the second Wazari score. Nurulayev just proven to be too strong. And it's almost scary how much stronger he looks than his opponents. So he really is a top athlete, and he will face his teammate Sherzod Namazov in the final here today. And I'm super curious what they're gonna do for the Paralympic Games. I think if they want to have the biggest chance of gold, they will send Nurulayev, because he's so dominant in this weight category, and all the contests he's done, he basically won. So, but then you have Namazov, who's the number 1 of the world ranking, and he's also here in the final today. So time for some more semifinals in the under 48 kilogram category. And it's going to be between the number 1 and the number 4 seed. So in white judoka here, Rosicleide de Andrade of Brazil. And in blue judoka, Rocio Silvana Ledesmadura of Argentina. So I remember that I saw de Andrade entering the scene, because she did that with a bang. And she won quite some medals. And she's been really consistent over the last 2 years here, almost throwing over Ledesmadura. And Ledesma is, I think, performing better and better. So the second year was definitely better than her first qualification year. And if you look at her back, you also see a yellow circle on there. And that means she also has a hearing impairment. And in that case, the referee will always tap when it's not Jimé and Mate. So just to make sure that the athlete knows what's going on. They also will write the penalties, the scores on their hand with his finger, so it's really clear for them as well, and it's communicated with them in a slightly different way. That was really beautifully done. Left-sided Ouchigari from the book.
73 kilo category. In white representing Japan, Seto Kyujiro. In blue representing Spain.
So we have our first finalist in the J1 under 48 kilogram, and her name is Rosiclaide de Andrade of Brazil. So a first shot at the gold for Brazil.
Winner of the semifinal, representing Brazil, Rosiclaide de Andrade. Judoka from Brazil goes to the final. Ladies and
And for the second semi-final, we do have quite a surprise there, because the number 2 seed Tassin Kavdar, she still is in a repechage, but she lost out to Hangai Shizuka of Japan.
we are starting second semifinal for J1 women under 48 kilo category. In white representing
And in white judoka here we see the winner that I just mentioned, Hangai Shizuka of Japan. And she will be facing the world champion Natalia Nikolich Chik of Ukraine in blue judoka. Also a nice right-handed Ouchigari and a really quick follow-up from Nikolich Chik. Just outside the mat area, or the referee could see that it was on the chin, the lapel, and in that case it is a direct mate.
the winner of the quarterfinal representing Japan, Seto Kyujiro. Wyposażony wyorientowany zapisana do technicznego żołnierza na Astoszowys są stosowne kategorie z kategorii. Kategoria J4, 20 kilo.
So Hangai is another example. She is just in the qualification spot, but it's also because she just entered the scene the second year. So in the first year she has 0 points in the world ranking. So that makes it a lot harder to qualify. And nevertheless she did that, proving to be a strong contestant. Nice footwork from Nikolich Chik. That was really beautifully done. It's just really sad, but the last part. So she had a combination of 3 leg movements, and the third one really was started outside of the mat area. Unless they say it's just one movement, so the referees might do a check. So probably they're checking if that last movement was really, if the attack started within the contest area, it will be an ippon score. So it's really important that they do a proper check here. So interestingly enough, they did decide it was in the mat area, but it was a Wazari score, and we don't get to see a replay here, but for sure the referees checked that technique, and the supervisors as well, so it was a good decision. And the first score is on the board for Nikolich Chik. Ooh, and now Hangai might be in trouble on the ground if Nikolich Chik manages to work on that arm and free it. But I think Hangai is showing some strong... ooh, that looks dangerous for Hangai. So we are seeing the wrong side, I can say. So the wrong camera angle. Not sure what's going on. I do know that the Japanese are, well, by far the strongest nation in Newaza. They're winning so many contests with that. So it's always dangerous to go head to head with the Japanese in Newaza.
Let me remind the next repechage for this at the 77 kilo. In white representing Uzbekistan, Namazov. In blue representing Brazil, Danilo Jerónimo Silva.
That was really nicely done. So Nikolich Chik scoring a Nippon score there. And beating Hangai and finding herself in the final here today. So another final between Rosiclaide de Andrade, the number 1 seed, and Natalia Nikolich Chik, who is the number 3 seed here today.
Representing Ukraine, Natalia Nikolich. Judoka from Ukraine goes to the final. Hangai Shizuka eliminates for bronze medal. Questa medaglia è presente in Repechage alla questa quest'anno secondo la nostra categoria. Judo categoria.
So and we're gonna see the last two Repechage contests in this category, J2 under 60 kilogram, to decide who will fight for a bronze medal here today. And the opponent of this contest is already known. It's David Kava, who just lost out his semi-final. And he will be facing one of these athletes in white judogi Vugar Shirinli of Azerbaijan, current Paralympic champion and scoring a Wazari score here. And Alikan Dumgulov of Kyrgyzstan in blue judogi. So that was really a quick score from Shirinli. So Shirin has always been very strong with those low techniques. Here another one, but Dumgulov is warned. And he learned from his first Wazari score against him.
Judoka from Uzbekistan goes to the semifinal.
Oh, that's such amazingly done. So a quick, really quick response from Dumgulov, but I'm guessing that's just a little bit too late, since it was the second Wazawi score for Shirinli. So he will be facing Kava in the bronze medal contest and still has a shot for a bronze medal.
Today's day will be held for Azerbaijan, Fuga Shirinli. Judo rozpoczynamy rucho. Wysada na Mizelicet. Repechage start Soloman v kategorii. Petru judoki Zurabi Alisakova. Dvou judoki Luis Gavilan Lorenzo, 10.
So home favorite Zurabiani still has a shot for a bronze medal. In order to do that, he would for sure need to beat Laurent Gavilan Lorenzo of Spain here. And then he will be facing Thiago da Silva of Brazil. I think these two have met each other before, and it's always a very rough contest between, against Gavilan Lorenzo. Gavilan Lorenzo is a very clever tactical athlete. But he is a little bit in trouble now. Or a little bit a lot. So it's nice that the referee gave some time for this technique. So as long as the referee sees progress, they will not, he or she will not call a mate. And that was a good thing because Zurabiani was able to score a nippon here. So this category is done here for the morning block. Of course, we will see them in the final block later today at 4 p.m. when we're going to start this final block. So it's going to be Namazov and Nurilayev of both of Uzbekistan in the final here. And we're going to see another Repechage contest in the J1 under 48 kilogram between Anna Tabea Müller of Germany and Shut Erdene Toktok Bayar of Mongolia. So quite a lot of moving around. I'm hoping they come up with a good technique soon, otherwise might cause a penalty on the board. So some first Achiwaza movement from Müller. So a stronger right-sided Seonage actually, but getting herself into trouble here against Müller, Tok Bayar. But right well escaped. So the winner of this contest will face Hangai Shizuka of Japan. So it's not an easy battle until the bronze medal, and let's see who's able to win this one. So a strong right-handed grip from Müller. Just not able to really throw yet, but she's putting in some good attempts. So I think they're blocking out each other a little bit. So Tok Bayar is stretching out her arms and putting a lot of pressure. She's pushing out Müller. And I think Müller is struggling to get closer. Well, that was a really good attempt, scoring a first Wazari here. Müller, I think she's looking strong today, just losing out to number 1 seed Andrade. And now trying to go for a hold down, just not really being able to turn over the body of her opponent. So Tok Bayar really pushing forward. She just doesn't manage to really follow that up with a good technique. So if you're pushing, you're trying to get a response from your opponent, and you might go and turn backwards or go for a low drop seonage. But I haven't seen that from her so far. So she has a good left-sided grip. Just doesn't follow up with a really strong attack. And the first Shido on the board now for Müller. She can have another Shido in the next 26 seconds without causing any damage. So only 17 seconds left on the clock, so Müller just has to defend on that Wazari to really win this contest. And she does more than that. She just takes over Tok Tok Bayar, so it's a Nippon score for her. So nicely done. So such a strong win from Müller, and she's actually out one spot of qualification, and I'm not sure even if she wins the next one, if I don't think she's able to pick up a direct qualification. But of course, the higher you are in the ranking list, the better your chances of taking a place in the Paralympic Games. And you never know what's happening with those top spots. Somebody could still get injured, or you can get an extra qualification spot in some cases. So I think Müller is doing a very good job for herself by winning this contest. So for this last Repechage contest in this weight category, J1 under 48 kilogram, we have a contest between the number 2 seed, HM Tahsin Kavdar of Turkey, and she is facing Emanuela Mazuru of Greece. Both losing a fight already today. And honestly, I think Tahsin, the number 2 seed, she is the favorite to take a win in this contest. But you do never know what will happen. So nice movement coming from Tahsin. Now trying to really try to work on Newaza and to get that second Wazari on the board. So nice right-sided Makikomi coming from Mazuru.
The 72 winner from Thailand, Viton Koksuk.
This time a left-sided Sernege, just losing the grip on the way down, Tahsin, so not really being dangerous to Mazuru. And that's sometimes dangerous if you're the clear favorite and you want to win it really fairly quickly. You can be a little bit untidy. So you need to stay sharp and very controlled. And otherwise you could make a mistake. So another attempt coming from Zuru, not being really of any danger to toss in, but it's another attempt in. So just 2 minutes and 27 seconds left in this contest, and that will conclude J1 under 48 kilogram. And I think actually that will conclude this mat unless there are any changes, and then we're gonna switch to another mat to see some more good contest going on. So Tassin trying to work on the ground, or maybe just burn some seconds off the clock, who might say. So a strong left-sided grip from Tassin, but it is proven to be difficult to throw over Mazuru. She has a good defense at all times.
The new winner representing Kazakhstan, Aslan Dumgulov. The new winner from Algeria, Nikolich Chik. The new one is for women under 73 kg, Repechage. In white representing Kazakhstan, Indonesia, in blue representing Uzbekistan, Soloman. Znowu żonglują Euro izraelskiego Repechage sam 60-metrową bezwędka Repechage. Ten judoki wyjęła Barisy, 20
So welcome back after a short break. And, you could see the end of the 48 kilogram, and now we're watching the Repechage contest of the under 73 kilos J2 category. And we have a contest here between Osvaldas Baraikis of Lithuania and Daniel Vergolski of Romania. Both losing out to Nathan Petit, who has a good day, and he is in the semi-final here. So on paper, it's Baraikis is the favorite in this contest to win, but I think Vergolski does have a good tournament, and you see him during the competitions. He's been around for a while now. He's starting to look better and better. Just not there yet for the podium spots, but who knows when that will change. Nice attempt from Baraikis, a Sutami attempt, just not having the grips on the top half of the body. So no scores yet. So a second Shido on the board already for Vergolski, with just half the contest time gone. So that's quite rough for the Romanian, because he cannot really afford any other mistake anymore. And a Wazari score now on the board, and you can just tell that I think Baraikis is just a stronger athlete now, trying to work on Newaza, trying to get that arm lock. And you could slowly see that shift towards that. But let's see. I think Baraikis thought that was enough, but it was a clear stop in that technique, so that's why the second really pushover didn't count as a Wazari score. So a mistake by him, because he just needed to hold down on Vergolski for 10 seconds. But it looks like Vergolski already accepted his loss almost. Well, that was a good Serenage. Just finishing. The thing is that his lapel was completely under the chin, so the only thing that Baraikis needed to do was really hold on to that shimiwaza and force Vergolski to tap out. So we're gonna see the semifinals of the J1 under 60 kilogram category. With the top seats still in there.
The first semi-final for men's under 60 kg J1 category. In white representing India, Kapil Parmar.
So in the white judogi Kapil Parmar of India, the top seed here today, and he will be facing Zhu Xuan of People's Republic of China in blue judogi. So the last contest of these two athletes were really couldn't be farther apart. So Parmar had such a rough contest, one of the longest contests, or might not be the longest contest of the day, 9 minutes of competing. And Zhu finishing off his contest almost the same as this one, just after 6 seconds. So he looks on fire here. So already was our lead just in the opening seconds. And I'm guessing he will try to do that again. Right-sided Seunage from Zhu. And I think he's really surprising his opponents with his really super quick attack in the opening seconds. So Parmar is in a bit of trouble here, being behind with the Wasari score already so quickly in this contest. And it's another attempt from Zhu. You can see here that Parmar is definitely the stronger athlete. So he was really overwhelmed, I think, with his first, or surprised by this first attack. So it was a really clever thing from Zhu to do that. So I'm really curious what's gonna happen in the next 3 minutes and 12 seconds if Parmar can use that strength to get even with his opponent. So right-sided Makikomi attempt from Zhu, but almost getting himself into trouble here. So he has really good attacks. So here you can see clearly that there's a big strength difference. But nevertheless, Zhu is coming up with good attacks. So it's Parmar that has a Shido on the board. And he's behind with the Wasari score. So he would really needs to change his tactics in the next part of the contest. So it's another really good attempt coming from Zhu, but Parmar looks a little bit better prepared here. I do think that it makes a difference that his last contest was so difficult. So he had 9 minutes of really tough fighting, and you can tell that he looks less fresh than he did in the beginning of the day. And another attempt coming from Zhu. It's not the best attempt, but it does it gets the job done of getting an attack in. Yeah, although Parmar is so much stronger, you can tell he is very frustrated because he just cannot get his hands on the Chinese. He cannot really get him under control and to come up with a good score. Oh, that's really nice. Once he got a really hold of the Chinese, he did come up with a good attack. And here you can see the strength and the quality of Parmar. So I don't think it's enough for a hold down, but he's getting pretty close there. But for sure that Bazari is back on the board at his side. So he's not there yet, but he's getting closer to the final spot. Oh, and that's the second Wazari score. I think just it's the physical difference, but it's also the eagerness of Parmar and just keep going. And it was really great to see his spirit. And it's another final spot for him. So he definitely will be one of the top contenders in the Paralympic Games later this year. There are some other really good, strong athletes. And obviously there's one missing here today, Miguel Vieira, the world champion. He's not competing here. And then there's another really strong athlete. It's from Iran, Sayed Meysam Banitabakoram Abadi, who is a former world champion and also qualified for the Paralympic Games. So interestingly enough, we don't find the number 3 seeder today, but we find Marcos Denis Blanco of Venezuela here in the blue judoki, but in white judoki it's number 2 seed Elielton de Oliveira of Brazil. So he is the favorite to take a final spot, but Marcos Blanco is doing a really great job in trying to get qualified for the Paralympics. So he's really definitely out there. I think in the Paralympic ranking he is on number 10 or 11 even. But today we'll give him some good points. I don't think he will get a direct qualification spot, but even to get the points will get you closer to the Paralympic Games. Ooh, and here is really strong work for the Oliviera. Almost getting a good arm lock on Blanco. So both are moving around. Oliviera is quite a lot taller than Blanco. Here it was a good combination of techniques. First Uchimata, then followed up with Oshiwaza. But both in the center again, getting their kumikata, their grip to start another effort. And really nice right-sided, really nice way to turn in for that Seonage from Blanco. So getting quite close to a score there. I think Blanco had some good results in the past, in the first year. It's just that his last year he was struggling a bit more. There's been a few athletes that really rise to the occasion. And well, really good examples are Parmar. The Oliviera is quite constant, but you also have Borges. He's been doing really well. Zhu was not there the first year. Buames actually is one of the good examples. So there's been a few athletes that are really on top shape in the last qualification year. Right-sided technique from Oliviera, but his leg was really way too far up at his opponent. Oh, really another good attempt from Blanco. Nice piece of Ashiwaza again. So Blanco is the one that's been more dangerous in this contest. Ooh, that was a quick response from the Oliviera. He's really good in Tachi and Newaza, so he gets some good time to work in Newaza here and try to free up that leg, but you could just see him give up on that. So his leg was really too tied up, not able to free that leg. So it's a Sutumi attempt from the Oliviera, but not the best attempt. So in the beginning he looked a bit stronger, but I think Blanco is doing a really good job in this contest. And again, I think when the Oliviera comes up with the right-sided technique, you can see his foot is really almost in the hip side of Blanco, while it should be on the shin. So that it's just too high to really get that leverage. So both trying to do something there, just not really succeeding, and it's really quite well, how do you say that? They're moving both a lot. It's a dynamic. I was searching for that word. Really dynamic contest, and No shidos yet on the board. No scores also, so it really could go either way. And it would be really an amazing result especially by Blanco, who was not able to medal this year. And it's such a close call, so he's quite close to reaching a final spot here. But if he loses out, of course, he needs to still have one contest and you can end up without a medal. Nice right-sided Uchimata from the Oliviera. He's the only one with a shido on the board now, so it is a really small advantage for Blanco now. Ooh, that was really close to a score again by Blanco. So Blanco is having a great competition here, already beating Henry Borges, the number 3 seed of Uruguay, and now doing so well in this final. Semi-final, I must say. So there are high hopes for him, but nothing decided yet. The Oliviera is something that's really rough to beat. And actually, he would be on paper, he would be the favorite to win this contest. And I think that is the thing that's gonna happen here. I'm not sure what technique that was. So they might have a double check, but otherwise it's the Oliviera that reaches the final, and he just steals the contest here, I think, because Blanco was doing such a good job, and that must be a very frustrating loss for him. So it is the number 1 and 2 seed that we're going to see in the final. And we're going to take a look at the semifinals of the under 73 kilogram of the J2 category, which is always such a good category. So Seto Jujiro, number 1 seed here in white judo gi. He is facing current Paralympic champion Uchkun Kurambayev of Uzbekistan. And the same thing is happening in this category as in the under 60 kilogram category. The top 2 athletes from Uzbekistan are battling it out here. and both are in the semifinals. We're gonna see Feruz Saidov in the next round, and both are actually Paralympic champion in 2 different weight categories, of course. And I think Kurambayev is really, he wasn't present the first year, but he's doing so well this second year, and he actually won the Grand Prix of Antalya. So I'm really curious what they're gonna decide for the Paralympic Games, or if they're gonna let it be decided by this competition. I honestly don't know. I do know there's 2 of the top favorites in here from the same country. Oh, really nice piece of Ashiwaza coming from Kurambayev. So Seto won the Grand Prix of Heidelberg and Tokyo. And he's looking really strong in the past few months. The fact is that Kurambayev is doing exactly the same thing, so I'm really curious to see how this turns out. Nice, nice movement coming from Seto. That was a nice little movement before that. Yoko Tuminage from Kurambayev. Not really struggling, getting Seto to struggle there, but I was really liking that movement. And they're both really right-sided, so you can see their body bended over. I think Seto has a little bit more upright judo. You can see Kurambayev is bended over a little bit to that side. Ooh, that was such a nice movement from Seto, right-sided seunage. So both have great technique. Oh, nice right-sided makikomi, but also not threatening Seto at all. He doesn't really look like he's bothered by that. Again, he was trying to do that first preparation movement, but he was not. I don't think he was in the right position here for this sutami. So not really being dangerous for Seto. Oh, that was his leg was from Seto was right behind Kurambayev's leg for an Osotogari. Just losing the grip, but it was a strong movement. And I'm really curious to see if you could see a small change in balance here. So Kurambayev gave a lot of energy in this first half of the contest. And Seto still looks really quite collected. And I'm wondering to see if you're going to see that a small difference in physicality here. And that will be in the favor of Seto. Another right-sided drop, Morota Seunage, just not in a good position underneath the body of Kurambayev to really throw him over. But he still looks quite sharp and also really explosive. And what I was just talking about. That you can see Kurambayev running a little bit empty and looking less strong than in the beginning of the contest. I'm sure he can come up with some great strong attacks still. But there just is a small difference. Ooh, that was almost a nice takeover from Kurambayev. So again, a good technique from Seto, but almost taken over there. And although it's quite subtle and Kurambayev comes up with strong and good attacks, they're really less strong than in the beginning, and yeah, I think it's a subtle change, but you can see that Seto still really looks strong. And you can see here Kurambayev going to the ground. His techniques are less impactful than in the beginning, so still no scores on the board, so it could really go either way. But I'm seeing a small benefit for Seto. And it's always also, I'm very impressed with the Japanese judo, that it's so structured, and they are always doing the same thing. They need to have one hand on the lapel, other on the sleeve, or they have to get their kumigata, and they won't start to really do something unless they have that. Ooh, that was really close. I think that was enough for Wazari. The referee is pointing that out, but that was a really, really great action from Seto, throwing over Kurambayev, and now he has some time on Newaza to work. And as long as there's progress, the referee won't call a mate, so it was not there anymore in the end. But it's only separating him and the final with 21 seconds left. So what a time to get a score in. Let's see if Kurambayev can get back to that. He will come up with some attacks for sure. But Seto is looking very strong. Was so close. They are giving it a Wazari, but for sure they need to watch that, because I don't think anything of the side of Seto really touched the mat, and the referee was in the wrong angle. He could have really not have seen that. So that was so close, and it would be great for the contest if it's a 1-to-1 score, because we're gonna see some more good action there, because it's one of my favorite contests of the day. But I'm really not sure if that was a Wazari score. So really they need some time to look at that, maybe from another angle, and this means that in any case it will be a very close call. So it was right on the border of being a Wazari or not a Wazari. So let's see what they're gonna decide. And then they're gonna leave it on the board. That's so interesting, and I'm really excited for the next phase, because it took a long time to get to a score, and now almost Seto throwing over Kurambayev. It's gonna be a golden score now in within 2 seconds at least. And I really couldn't tell you who would win this contest now. I think the small favorite is for this contest. If you look at the physicality, if it's the physical strength, it would be Seto, because he just looks very strong. He still looks sharp. His attacks are all very strong. And Kurambayev, you see that he's running out of fuel a little bit, but his attacks, they still are so good. Ooh, and now Seto has some time to work on the ground, and we all know with Japanese athletes, they are so strong, and he only needs to hold on to that for like 10 seconds. So Kurambayev really is in trouble, and here you can see that's the end of it. As soon as he turned, he had really nothing to get back anymore, but it was a great finish of this contest. So the first finalist in this packed category is Seto Jujiro of Japan, and we're going to see Kurambayev back for the bronze medal contest. So right after this Paralympic champion Kurambayev, we're gonna see another Paralympic champion from the same country, but a different weight category. So we're gonna see the number 3 against the number 4 seed, equally matched in white judoka here, Feruz Saidov of Uzbekistan. As I said, the current Paralympic champion and silver medalist of the last World Championships, and he will be facing Nathan Petit of France, who is the number 4 seed here today. I think most of his points, well, he is a bronze medalist on the World Championships, but he was struggling also a little bit, but he collected some good points in the past as well, in the last 2 years. So a strong left-sided start from Petit. So left-sided Morote Seonage, really walking into that technique and pushing through, almost a score for Saidov. And again, really good technique, but great response from Petit as well. So Petit is putting so much pressure on Saidov. The thing is that if he's doing that in a negative way, just pushing him down, then he can actually pick up a Shido. But if Saidov just puts his head down like he was doing, because it was not all due to the pressure, it was just also escaping the pressure, he will pick up a Shido for a really negative and defensive posture. Yeah, let's see what... yeah, so it was not on the board yet, but hopefully soon it will be. It is now. Ooh, that's interesting. They kind of have the same style, you know. Just that Saidov has the lower Seonages and Petit has more of an Uchimata, but they are both quite long. They can hook in their legs. So good Uchimata, but almost taken over by Petit. Getting close to a Wazari score there. And now trying to work his way in a Sankaku on the ground. And turning over Saidov, so things are looking quite strong for him. If he can manage to hold him down. Not sure if it was smart what Saidov was doing there. I think he could better keep out of the control in another way, because now he is in a hold down, and that's really great work from Petit. So both Saidov and Kurambayev, they didn't make it through to the final, and it's Nathan Petit who will for sure pick up a medal here today, and he will face Seto in the final. So really great job for him, and also to give him good confidence for the Paralympic Games, which will be in his home country, France. So we still have some repechage contests left for you on this mat, both in the 60 kilogram category as the 73 kilogram category for J2 athletes. This is the 60 kilogram category for J1 athletes. So here you have Abdelkader Bouamer of Algeria in white judo gi, and he's facing Vitun Kongsuk of Thailand. It's Bouamer in white judo gi and Kongsuk in blue. And here Bouamer is just pushing over Kongsuk with his strength, not able to score yet. I think he's the favorite for a win in this contest. So Bouamer is just out one spot of the qualification, but he's gonna do well for himself by picking up a bronze medal if he's able to. So referees making sure that they're in the right spot and have a good kumikata grip. And another attack from Bouamer, almost taken over by Kongsuk, or trying to take over. And now Bouamer is trying to work on the ground. I think that looks quite strong, but again, good defense of Kongsuk. So it's first Sutami attempt coming from Kongsuk, but not really getting Bouamer into danger. So it's a little bit frustrating to watch because both athletes are wandering a little bit too easy off the mat area. And although they cannot see the mat area, the referee will shout Jogai from the middle of the mat area. So they do have a signal to know where the middle of the mat is. So it's a Kongsuk that just picks up a first Shido. And now Kongsuk, after some movements, is on the ground and trying to get Buamer in a hold down. Oh, nice action from both of these athletes, almost picking up each other. So some of these things can really go either way. And again, Buamer trying to work in the ground. He's having a really good start of a Sankaku and turning over his opponent. He just doesn't have enough control on the top half of the body of Kongsuk. So good work from Buamer. Oh, nice right-sided Seonage. He's just missing a little bit of placement. So now he was a little bit too far out underneath the body of Kongsuk. So he turned a little bit too far. And in other moments, it's just not the right placement. But the technique is there. Again, really pushing over both opponents. You know, it really can go either way. And it could give a big ippon in the end. Now Kongsuk just wandering off the mat area. So they're a lot more flexible. In sided judo you would get a Shido straight away. But obviously they're a little bit more flexible here in VI judo. Actually, quite a big shocker on the mat number 1. Because the number 2 seed, Jacqueline Chame, just lost his repechage contest against Eduardo Gauto, and he's out of the competition, so he won't pick up a medal today. And that for me is really surprising. I wouldn't have expected that. So it's a second Shido on the board now for Kongsuk. So he needs to watch out and not make any mistakes anymore. Now trying to go for a Sutumi and an arm lock. Execution just is not there yet. I think he has some ideas and just it's not coming out yet. So now after an attack of Kongsuk, Buamer is getting some time to work in Newaza. Just doesn't get enough time from the referee. I think it was maybe this Mate was a little bit too quick. You could still see some progress in the Newaza. So here it is, a third Shido here on the board for Kongsuk. He did a really well tournament. Good effort from him, beating his first opponent from Yemen, Nashwan, but then losing out to Yu Shuen.
Presenting next contest, Repechage for 906 kilo. In white jersey representing Indonesia, Junaidi. In blue representing Algeria.
So we're gonna see Buamer facing Blanco later for the bronze medal contest. That's gonna be a very interesting contest. They're both just out of the qualification, so for them the points are really important now. And actually the same can be said for sure for Junaidi here in a white judogi, because he's from Indonesia and he's just inside the qualification spot. I think he will keep it after today already if you look at the results of today. But for him it's really important to get some points into. So really nice drop technique here from Junaidi, scoring a Wazari score against Korchi of Algeria. So Korchi is new to the scene here, I think. He just has some participation points from the last 2 or 3 competitions. So for him to get a 7th place or 5th or 3rd is already a big win for him. Ooh, that's another really good attempt. Just not enough for a score by Junaidi, but he has a good technique. Also another nice technique. He has good movements, just lacking some kumikata here, so no scores. But I like what Junaidi is doing in this contest. So close to a score again. So Junaidi almost throwing over Korchi. And Korchi really needs to step it up. He doesn't come up with any techniques up until now. So he needs to try to find some entrance with Junaidi. So it's a first attempt coming from Korchi. Although he's not really dangerous and not getting close, it's really nice to see that they put in an effort. And they're not stopped by the strength of the other, if or not, they are not giving up. I'm curious what they're gonna do there. They might take a look at that action. I would love to see a replay of that. But no scores added to the scoreboard. And it's another good technique coming from Junaidi. Just he couldn't get completely underneath the body of Korchi. So I think that's why he was not able to score here. But it's another good attempt coming from him. So you can see that Korchi is starting to get used by the movements of Junaidi and the attacks, and he can anticipate on it quite well now. Well, it's another attempt. And I hope it's gonna work just on the placement of his kumikata and how he's going down, because he's so close to scoring each time. So I think they're checking one of the previous attacks from Junaidi. So just 1 minute and 26 seconds left on the clock. Oh, that's a really good movement, and because his leg was already in, I think Korchi really had nowhere to go but on his back. So a nice finish for this contest from Junaidi. And he will be facing Zhu Xuan of People's Republic of China for a bronze medal contest. So a really rough opponent is waiting for him. But that's something to worry about a bit later, because the final block won't be starting before 4 p.m. local time. So we have two more contests to bring to you, and it's going to be two very interesting contests between top athletes. And they're going to try to get a spot for the bronze medal contest here. And this is the first one of the under 73 J2 category. In white judogi, it's Sergio Ibanez Banon of Spain, and in blue Giorgi Kaldani of Georgia. So here we have one of the most tactically strong athletes, but always doing well, and finishing out on a podium in many competitions already, also in the past. And then we have one of the strongest athletes, Giorgi Kaldani, who can win gold medals at Grand Prix, but also sometimes lose out. But also that's because of it's such a packed category with strong athletes. So Ibanez Banon at the moment holds the last qualification spot, the direct spot. I must say there are some more places to allocate, but it depends per weight category. And it will help a lot for him if he picks up, for example, a bronze medal. So there's a lot of athletes that are in, but they are really close together. So we have Giorgi Kaldani is one of them, Osvaldas Baraikis and Sergio Ibanez Banon. And they're all in still for a bronze medal contest. They're all in the repechage. And then you also have Rufat Mahamedov, who was just a little bit behind that. But he lost out his first contest, so he really didn't do well on his last competition, where he needed to have a good result. So a Sutumi attempt from Ibanez Banon, and that's why he's so difficult to get a control of. He's moving very quickly, he's good with his kumikata, always piling up the attacks. And Kaldani, he does need control, he needs a strong grip for him to come up with a good uchimata or with some low technique. That was actually going to the ground without really any kumikata, so that's going to be a shido for Ibanez Banon. That's a mistake that you really don't want to make actually in this contest, because one Shido could be losing out in the end if the Shidos keep piling up. It's quite a dynamic contest as well, this one. Moving around a lot. Oh, that was beautifully done. Exceptional work from Kalani. And throwing over Ibanez Banon. Frustrating end for him. Not a medal in this occasion. So Kalani will face Saidov, the current Paralympic champion, in the next contest for bronze. And we just have one contest left in his morning block. And coming onto the mat now are Kim Dong-gun of Republic of Korea and Osvaldas Bareikis of Lithuania. And it's Kim in white judogi and Bareikis in blue. So Bareikis is also quite constant, but he's also one of the few like the ones with in the 900 points or a little bit more. Just within a qualifying spot. I think he will keep that after today, so he will be safe. But of course he wants to add a few more points. So I don't think Bareikis ever actually won one of the competitions in the last 2-3 years, but he's always there and about. He picked up quite some medals, and he's super constant. He's a bronze medalist from the Paralympic Games. So a drop technique from Kim. I don't think Bareikis is too intimidated by that. And it's a low sutami technique coming from Bareikis, just not really being able to break the balance of Kim. But Kim does have that right hand on the lapel, and he can come up with some right seonage, for example. Not sure if he doesn't feel like there's enough space, or he feels the strength of Bareikis, why he's not doing that yet. Well, here you can see he is doing that, but Bareikis is blocking that out quite easily. So Barakis also, he never wins his contest really easy. No quick ippons for him. He's a real fighter, but he does win them in the end. So now turning over Kim, not being able to score, but some good movements coming from Barakis. So you can see with the left hand of Barakis, he's putting a pressure on that right arm of Kim. So this is causing him trouble. Oh, I'm not sure if that's on the lapel or his lapel is on his chin or under his chin. But the referee has no really way to check that. So it's a mate in the end. No ippon score for Barakis. So no success, but I think he's the one that looks a little bit stronger in this contest. So first Shido on the board for Kim. Just for dropping down without a good technique. It was a better technique. He just needs to turn his body a little bit more to really place himself underneath the body of Barakis. If he manages to do that, he can be really dangerous with his seonage. So again, his body's just not in the right position. But that is not only because of Kim's efforts, it's because of Barakis is so smart and clever with the way he moves. So it's a second penalty for Kim now. So both are really struggling to get nearby. And Barakis is looking a bit smarter, more clever with his judo. Just a little bit more experienced, I would say. But there's not really a big difference. That was a good move coming from Kim, just missing out on the leg. But I think it's a good thinking to really switch the direction there. So a golden score, already 10 seconds in. And it's still Kim with the 2 penalties on the board. So just the 1 penalty would mean an end of this contest. But still alive. And I think that attempt was good enough to not pick up a 3rd judo. So some Ashiwaza from Baraikis and now trying to go for Sutami. Doesn't have the win yet. And it really could go either way. Just 1 good attempt, it will be enough for a win. I think Baraikis trying to think of going on that left side. But that's the strong side of Kim. Oh, that was, for the first time, that was I think the best attempt coming from Kim so far. But it almost looks like he doesn't really believe in it. So as soon as he's on his knees, he will stop the attack. Well, you see others sometimes really pushing forward. So I'm really hoping for a big attack soon. And one of them to really find a space. So again, I think this was a slightly better attempt from Kim. But just not strong enough and not really getting Baraikis off balance. Just enough movement, I think, to not pick up a 3rd judo, but he is very warned with his first 2 penalties. Oh, that was again, I think the movement of Kim is there. He has a really good right-sided seonage, just is missing the kumikata. And I think maybe a little bit of strength there against Baraikis. But if Baraikis doesn't watch out, he's gonna pick up a penalty for passivity. Oh, again a good movement, but almost taken over by Baraikis. So after this contest we have a break here, and then at 4 p.m. local time we will continue the final block of day 1 of this IBSA Judo Grand Prix in Tbilisi. And we're gonna kick that off with the under 60 kilogram category. And on both mats we will have the bronze medals, and it's followed by a final match on mat number 2. So we're gonna start off with J1 under 60 kilogram and then J1 under 48 kilogram for women. And then we move up to the J1 under 73 kilogram. and J2 under 48, and then we will continue our route to the last category of today, and that will be this category that we're watching now. So you can see here the Barakis does have a penalty on the board now. Just needs to stay active, but he's also struggling a lot with Kim. He's really hard to throw over. And you see that in this case Barakis is going down a little bit and emptying his tank, but Kim stays quite fresh. That was not the best way for Kim to do that, to handle that, because Barakis was putting some pressure on Kim. So Barakis is really pushing on some pressure on Kim here. The thing is that Barakis needs to come up with a big attack himself as well, otherwise he will also pick up a Shido. Ooh, that was close. Unfortunate that he didn't really push that through. That was a good attempt from Barakis. Not sure if he's under the chin now. He did that in the beginning. Referee couldn't really tell, but now it looks like it's probably on because the referee has really the right angle here. But no strength enough from Barakis maybe to take a win here. So it's already double the contest time, so already 4 minutes in golden score and 8 minutes of competing in total. It's a good thing that these athletes will have a good 2 hours rest after this, because the final block won't start before 4 and they will be the last category. Ooh, was that enough for a Wazari score? Pushing over his opponent like that. So it was enough, and I think that the best athlete, or not the best, but the strongest athlete in this case won the fight. It was a really good attempt from Kim, but he has some more work to do. So Barakis goes through to the final round in the bronze medal contest against Kurambayev. That concludes the morning block, and I want to thank you a lot for watching. We will continue with the final block and the medal contest at 4 p.m. local time. Hope to see you then, and it's a bye for now.